I just don't know how come it did not move.
Oh, yeah?
It says media not found.
Ano yun?
I tested this last night. Wait, I'll just get from the original na lang.
Mukhang ano siya. Nice spam.
Oo nga eh. Kasi last night I tested it.
Ano yun? Ayun. Sa'yo? Opo. Off mo na yun.
Ay,
Ano yun?
wala po.
Please bear with me muna. I will just look at the
Ano yung nagkukan doon? Sa'yo yun?
Wala po. Sa kabila yung doorbell.
Ayun, ano yun?
Wala po.
Anong gusto salita yun?
Sa labas.
That's ano. Basta mo yun. Biglang nag-ano. Please wait.
Mechanical defect.
Biglang ang nag-ano eh. Not found.
We always have tech problems, huh? All the time.
Anyway, I have the original here. I will just maybe because of too many. Oh my God. What happened?
Na-virus na siya.
Oh,
Virus. We're tired of viruses. We're tired of those viruses.
we will just get the ano here.
Assalamualaikum everyone.
Malaikum.
Alaikum.
Hi, Jads, I miss you.
Yeah, I miss you too.
Here it is.
Alice, maybe you
Yeah.
should get someone techie, yung marunong technician or something.
Actually, the technical person, because it's a holiday, we just ask him to give us the hosting. Yeah. Anyway, it's here na.
You mentioned a holiday. I wish everyone happy Eid al-Fitr.
Yeah.
Today
Thank
is
you.
Eid al-Fitr. Yeah, it's the end of the Ramadan for the Muslims.
Oh,
And that's good. Ano ba nangyayari? Nandito na nga ako sa ano.
Na-virus na nga eh.
Found it. Lead me, Lord.
Oh, yeah, no? Yeah, it's Lead Me, Lord.
Ano? Yeah, okay.
Let us just sing the Philippine national anthem. Can we do that?
Okay, sige.
Dana yung Lead me, Lord.
National anthem na lang daw muna.
National
Ito na.
anthem. We will just have to sing it all together.
Sige, okay.
Wait, wait. The Lead Me, Lord is already opening.
Oh.
Can you hear it?
Yes.
Lead me, Lord. Lead me by the hand and help me face the rising sun. Comfort me through all the pain that life may bring. There's no other hope that I can lean upon. Lead me, Lord. Lead me all my life. Walk by me. Walk by me across the lonely road. Take my arms and let your hand show me the way. Show the way to live inside your heart. All my days, all my life, you are my light. You're the lamp upon my feet. All the time, my Lord, I need you there. You are my light. I cannot live alone. Let me stay by your guiding love all through my life. Lead me, Lord. Lead me, Lord. Even though at times I'd rather go alone my way, help me take the right direction. Take your road. Lead me, Lord, and never leave my side. All my days, all my life, you are my light. You're the lamp upon my feet. All the time, my Lord, I need you there. You are my light. I cannot live alone. Let me stay by your guiding love all through my life. You are my light. You're the lamp upon my feet. All the time, my Lord, I need you there. I just cannot live alone. Let me stay by your guiding love all through my life, all through my days. So lead me, oh Lord. Lead me.
Relatively lahat, alam ng puso sa dibdib ay lupang hihirap, pinakalang magiging sa manlulupi, kita masisingin sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mo ay ilang ang tula at awit sa layang ang isang ng watawat mo'y nabuhay na bituin at harap niyang kailan magpalit magtigil. Walang mararamdaman ay pagsakang layalangin sa likod. Aming ligaya dapat may mamagin at lahat ay magdahil sa'yo.
Thank you very much, and one morning to everyone. We are happy that you have time to join us and to talk about peace. Peace within ourselves, peace in family, peace in our community, peace in our country, Philippines, and most important, peace in the world.
Lord.
Know that our world is in a fragile situation with this COVID pandemic. We are also threatened of the peace situation in the West Philippine Sea, and right now the in the Middle East. We are fortunate that one of the peace-loving people are scattered all over. The healthcare workers, the Filipino people healthcare workers, and also the diplomats that we have for the world and other of the world. At this time, may I call on Alice to introduce our first speaker, ma'am?
Yeah. For our first guest speaker, she is the chairperson emerita of the NGO Committee on Spirituality,
Ma'am
Value.
Alice. Ma'am
Can you,
Alice,
can you hear me?
Sorry.
Huh?
sorry. We will
Yeah.
have the opening remarks first.
Oh, sorry.
Please,
Oo nga.
pwede mo.
Ah.
President.
Sorry for that. May we request our Unap President, Dr. Edita V. Pilio, to give us the opening remarks. Thank you.
Yes, distinguished guests, fellow officers of the United Nations Association of the Philippines, colleagues in the academe, other participants, a pleasant good morning to all. It is an honor to welcome you in today's UNAP celebration of Marian Summit for World Peace. As I see many familiar faces devoted to world peace, it gives me a great hope that in this time of pandemic brought by COVID-19, we are committed to strengthen our religion and Marian cooperation. My warmest welcome and appreciation to the people behind the success of this affair. As we started this conference, we have affirmed our personal commitment for world peace. Each one of us wanted to live harmoniously and peacefully in our own community, which we all aim to prevent brutal violence in the name of religion. Let us set aside our different religious affiliations and move forward together as one. After all, we are all brothers and sisters. Any horrific torment could worsen the agony and pain of our fellow human. Gone are the barbaric days, our selfish desire to live and survive. We are a community of people. Hand in hand, we should journey as one. Let us not indulge ourselves in misunderstood religious deceits, because this will only invite any other forms of calamity. Let us be an instrument of harmony and assurance to our fellow men. This conference serves as a discourse to promote peace and appreciate what people or peace is all about. This conference challenges people to care for one another. This conference generates understanding and responsiveness for one another. Importantly, this conference teaches us to be humane to our fellow human being. Ladies and gentlemen, UNAP is devoted to work with you in building peace, especially for the people who grieve in this time of pandemic. Let us keep our hopes alive. Also part of the celebration is the signing of the UNAP and Bicol University Memorandum of Understanding and the celebration of the life of Dr. AMELOU Reyes, the past president of UNAP. So thank you very much and God bless everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
Dr.
very much, President Pilio, for your warm welcome remarks. Truly that we are a community of people and we are one in this journey, and we should always promote peace, and it's really a challenge to us people to come together and work for peace. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that opening remarks. At this time, Ma'am Alice will introduce to you formally our first speaker. Actually, a very dear person to me. She has become a board member of the United Nations Association of the Philippines. And even though she is in the United States, I told her I want you to talk about the United Nations, how you involve the UN in the interreligious affair which your organization is involved with. May I ask Ma'am Alice to introduce our speaker?
Okay, so good morning to all. Our first guest speaker is a chairperson emerita of the NGO Committee on Spirituality, Values, and Global Concerns in New York at the United Nations. She also serves as the director of the Executive Office of UPF. Previously, she served as Regional Secretary General at UPF Asia from 1999 to 2007. In the Philippines, she was past president of the All Nations Women Group and Director at Large for the United Nations Association of the Philippines. She received the Star of Achievement Award in 2010 from Honorable Jose de Venecia Jr. She is the founding chairman of International Conference of Asian Political Parties. Without further ado, may I give to you Ms. Eugenia Kagawa. Good morning.
Good morning. Just call me Jeannie.
Jenny,
I don't know how to share this PowerPoint, but maybe I can. I don't need the PowerPoint if it's going to be so difficult. Yeah, I think I'll just, because I don't want to take up a lot of time. There are a lot of speakers. I just want to first start by saying that I have great admiration for the Philippines, and I believe Philippines will be a very, very historical country in the future when people discover the history of how Philippines brought light to the world. I really believe that very much. In a time of utter darkness in the world, Philippines had a great role of bringing light even to the UN. So I wanted to describe what happened a few years ago when I was there, and why I believe that, when all these historians start scrolling through the papers, what's been lost in history, they will discover and have great respect for the Philippines. So I'll talk about that. In the year 2000, the founder of UPF, Dr. Moon, he had an assembly at the United Nations in the year 2000, and then he declared that there should be an interreligious council at the United Nations. And of course, the importance is that without unity among the religions, there can be no peace. And even Dag Hammarskjöld himself, the early Secretary General of the UN, said, unless we have a spiritual renaissance, there shall be no peace in the world. And spiritual renaissance to me means that all religions are united. And first we make peace among the religions in order to bring peace to the world. And shortly after the year 2000, as you know, there was the terrible tragedy of the trade towers, which collapsed and were, struck down. And that time, I think, was the darkest history of the United States and the UN. And that brought great hatred and great strife between especially Christianity and the Muslim world. And at that time, our founder of UPF was very concerned about the growing division among religions, which would bring, again, a period of darkness, even darker period to the world. And so the chairman of UPF, Dr. Walsh, who I work for now in New York, he made a visit to Speaker de Venecia. And he said, this is a proposal of our organization to bring light to this darkness. Can you actually organize an interreligious council to be formally adopted at the United Nations? And if there are religious leaders as advisors to the Secretary General, then there shall be peace. There shall be renaissance at the UN. And at that time, JDV was so excited about that idea. And he said, that's a great idea, because he used to work in the Middle East. He knows how the division, especially between Christians and Muslims, is so difficult to manage. And he said, okay, I'm going to take it up. And he actually carried it out and went to President Gloria Arroyo, and he said he made the proposal to her that Philippines should have a meeting in the cabinet. We should discuss about this, and we should pass a resolution in the cabinet that the Philippines will be the leading nation at the United Nations to propose an interreligious council at the UN. This idea was just like coming out of nowhere. I mean, it was in a period of time where this concept of interreligious anything was was just like there was an allergy reaction, so to speak, and plus coupled with this great, resentment and hatred between these two religions after the fall of the Twin Towers in New York. So they had a cabinet meeting, and it was passed unanimously by the cabinet that the Philippines was going to take the lead to do this resolution. And President Arroyo and JDV made a trip to New York to visit the President of the United States. And they went to Washington, D.C., and they met with Colin Powell and proposed it. Colin Powell got all excited. I think it was the time of Bush. Bush got also all excited. And they were very, very hopeful that this is going to happen, because if the U.S. co-sponsors this resolution, as you know, at the UN, you have to get all these countries to co-sponsor, and then you put it in, and then it passes, and so on. And so everyone was really, really excited. And then they went back to the Philippines and started working on this resolution, writing it out so that they could introduce it at the UN. And after a few months, what happened is that the State Department of the US sent a message to the Philippine government that they will not co-sponsor, which was a crushing reality, a crushing, how do you call it, disappointment to the Philippines government at that time, that the US refused to co-sponsor. And the reasoning for not co-sponsoring it was because it would allow, and they didn't say Islam in that sentence, but it would allow another religion to sort of dominate or take over, other religious traditions or something like that. There was caution there, and then it was declined by U.S. But anyway, Philippines went forward to New York, and they put together this resolution to be introduced in 2004. So it took them 3 years to have dialogue among all these countries and at least try to get some co-sponsors. And because the US wasn't on board, and then the Western countries weren't on board, but there were other countries that did co-sponsor. So in the beginning, they got 23 countries, and they introduced a resolution that was quite reduced from the original one. It was a resolution of about 2 pages long and reduced to about 3 sentences because of the sensitivities at that time. And basically the sentence was, the Philippine government proposes dialogue among the religions in order to bring peace. It was a very, very short explanation and a very short resolution. And the Philippines was very busy visiting all these country representatives in New York. And there were about 23 countries that approved it. And then it passed at the UN in 2004. And then the next year, year by year, they introduced greater resolution. They put more meat into the resolution. They involved the UNESCO. They involved the UN Association for Civilizations. And then the next year, by 2006, they actually were able to pass a resolution calling for a focal point in the Secretary General's office for an interfaith council for dialogue and peace among the different religions. Now, at that time, it was just the beginning, and we never realized that because of that resolution, and then they also made a tripartite forum with Pakistan, Philippines, and then civil society, and everyone started working for interfaith. And when I look back in those days, I really felt, how did this country of Philippines become the light? This was
Sorry
really my
for the-
feeling.
Okay.
Are you okay? How did this country of Philippines become the light here? To start this kind of movement in the UN, which I can say now, after so many years and watching what's going on at the UN, it has become, interfaith dialogue has become a fad, literally. And the Secretary General himself, Secretary General Guterres, has an interfaith council attached to his office as advisors in everything that he does. And so when they talk about conflict resolution, or they talk about women, or they talk about equality or development, he turns to this interreligious council of top religious leaders representing all the faiths leaders around the world and asks their advice on how to go about bringing peace and harmony and resolving conflicts out there in the mission field. And to me, it's a miracle of all miracles that a few years ago, when everything looked so dark, everything looked hopeless, literally hopeless, there was nowhere to turn. The Philippines came like a light from Asia and entered into the UN and did something that everyone thought was impossible to do, because the UN is a pretty structured organization. They're not going to be receptive to changing anything in their structure or to introducing something so foreign as to have religious leaders' voices introduced in their political discussions. That was just a concept that was completely out of the box. And yet, because, during those years, especially from 2004 to 2006 and 7, the Philippine mission never gave up. They continued and continued to visit different countries and get them to sign up for their initiatives. And they had continual meetings every year, even though it was, to them, it was very, very difficult. They faced so much rejection in those years by the countries at the UN. But finally, they began to see the results as they were implementing the interfaith dialogue in the field itself. When they went out and religious leaders would appeal to their mosques and to have dialogue with the Christians out in the different country missions, and they saw that they were starting to understand each other, they were starting to get along, and they were starting to integrate that approach in whatever they did. And as I said, now it's practically a fad at the UN and any country level. If you talk about interfaith dialogue, everyone nods their head and they're so excited about it, and they want to implement it, and they want to do it, and they know that that is the solution for peace. And so in a time of, maybe we're in a similar time when we're facing the COVID, where you think, where's the hope? And people are in desperate circumstances. But if you can imagine what the world looked like in New York City after 9/11, when people were terrified to go out of their houses, and they didn't know if they were under attack, and the United States was afraid of being attacked themselves by Islamic countries or whatever they were afraid of, and people were just living in complete fear. And then to introduce this kind of a proposal at the UN, that this looked like out of the reality of what they were seeing. Because actually, when you put something into the UN that has based on religion or spirituality, you bring God into the picture, and then God makes the miracle. So I consider, I've lived in the Philippines a long time, and I consider Philippines a country of faith in God. Most and above all, the Filipino people have very, very deep faith in God. And they are a good example of people who could overcome any trial based on their faith. This is what I believe about the Filipinos. And I think that this faith was exemplified in Speaker de Venecia and President Arroyo at that time, and brought it to the UN and actually revived the UN. I believe that the UN was revived, and many, many countries were revived and were given hope and resilience to face violence, to face wars, to face conflicts, and to resolve them based on reaching out beyond themselves, and especially based on religious harmony and spirituality. So I tip my hat to all Filipino people. And whenever I think about the Philippines, I feel very proud, and I think that this is a hidden history that nobody knows about. Nobody knows that Philippines played that historical role. If the Philippines had not used their foreign representative of the UN in this way, I think our world would be very different today. And history will know that. And I think someday someone will have to award the Philippines for being the light for the world at a time when there was complete darkness. And I just want to share that with you, because I think this is something that I always remember when I go to the UN and when I see what's happening there. Even the fact that I was able to join the spirituality committee at the UN, that's unheard of. That was an unheard of in 2002, 2001. It's an unheard of concept that you would even allow spirituality at the UN, because it was basically only based on politics before that time. And the Philippines brought God to the UN and brought hope for the world, and I'm very proud of that, and I'm proud of the Filipino people for that. And I always remember that when I go to the UN. I always remember that. So I congratulate all of you for bringing that to pass, and for continuing through the Unap. You're continuing the same role, and you never know who you will meet and who you will touch and who you will revive and who you will give hope to through this forum that you have, extending out to others and giving them the same hope and resilience. So thank you very much for inviting me to this forum to share that.
Thank you very much, Tita Jenny. Older Tita Jenny has a big mission in the Philippines. You know, your mission really strikes us, and your award is in heaven. The Filipino people.
Only heaven knows about it. Right now, nobody knows.
We know,
How
we
great-
know.
No one knows how great the
Now we
Philippines
know.
is. Only I know.
We know.
The goal among millions falls too far, as you said.
Now we know,
And
and thank
let's-
you for sharing
Now
that
you
with us.
know, and historians have to, they will know. They will know, because the history is
Right,
written down there.
It should be. Thank you very
Interfaith
much.
council and dialogue.
And your ambassador and JDV, all the people who were rejected by so many of those Western countries who look down on this concept. But now it is a fad. And so
We need religious voices in a political world. As you said, God makes a miracle. And coming from an American, Japanese with a Filipino heart,
that's
thank you for
right.
saying that the Philippines is the light of the world when there is complete darkness. That's a very powerful.
And it happened in that way, I believe so. And history will know it. Now it's a secret, or it's quiet.
At this time, Tita Jeannie, we will get back to the question and answer. May I ask the other people to unmute their cell phones so we can hear better the information or speeches that our speakers are giving to us. At this time, I will introduce our next speaker. He is a very dear friend to me when I was a youth leader and until now. And one of the, like Judge Aurora Taristina, she's a peace-loving person. One of those people that has experienced war. And she has a lot of things to say how we can achieve peace in Mindanao. Our speaker is currently the president of the Philippine Center for Islam and Democracy. She never forgets young people. She's a trustee together with the founder, her mom, Senator Santana Rasul of the Magbasaki Foundation, which focuses on adult literacy. She is the board of regent member of the Mindanao State University. She is also a board of member of the University of the Philippines Foundation and a member of the Friends of Peace headed by Cardinal Orlando King, among others. A lot of Christian friends, and really Muslim and Christians can be there. I call her Secretary, who is the former chairperson of the National Youth Commission, one of the friends and partners in peace initiative. Let us all welcome Madam Secretary Amina Rasul Bernardo. Madam.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good
And
morning.
may I greet all of you Eid Mubarak. Today, Muslim world celebrate the end of the fasting season with joyous celebration. Well, right now we can't gather as families really and friends because of COVID, but in our hearts there is joy that at least the vaccines are coming, maybe not in the Philippines as of yet, not yet, but it is coming. So there is much to celebrate. It's good to see Roderick. I haven't seen him in such a long time. And fearless judge from my hometown.
Yes, kababayan.
Kamusta po? And happy Hari Raya to you.
Same to you.
When I got the message to participate in this webinar by UNAP, I really had to say yes because I saw the names of my fearless judge.
Thank you.
And that this was also to honor our dear friend AMELOU, who has been an inspiration to many of us. So I thought I would focus my sharing on the role of women and peace in Mindanao, because I really do think that women have much more to offer. Since this is also a UN activity, we have to thank the United Nations for bringing member states and countries together to look at the role that women play in peace building and peace processes. Decades and decades ago, women were really excluded from peace processes in conflict areas, in spite of the fact that we know of the advantages of women's participation in informal peace processes. Can you see my PowerPoint? It's not sharing. I'll just go on and maybe we can catch up with the PowerPoint for later. So when you look at the participation of women in conflict areas, women generally focus on reconciliation, economic development, education, transitional justice. All of these are elements of sustained peace. They rarely look at power and power sharing. So the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 was unanimously passed in recognition of the role, the very important role that women play in the prevention and resolution of peace, both in negotiations and in the community peace building as well. Is the PowerPoint available now?
It's still loading.
Okay, well, anyway, at this, I suppose all of you know,
Go ahead.
Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security essentially has 4 pillars: prevention, participation, protection, and peace building, and recovery. And it really is aimed at promoting women's participation in the peace building process as equal to men, and women's involvement in the maintenance and promotion of peace. Although just among us, we know that women do a better job at that than most men do.
Yeah.
At any rate, UN passed 1325, but it's been over 20 years since the passage of that resolution. And the survey that has been conducted, for instance, by UN Women show that although it's great to have that resolution, the implementation has really been very weak in most conflict areas, including in Southeast Asia. A study that they did showed that of the peace processes between 1989 and 2017, 71%, only 71% had clear evidence of involvement from identifiable women's groups. But the peace processes and the agreements rarely had much to offer on the issues that affected women or their role in peace and security. Okay, can you go to the 5th slide? I think I'm on the 5th slide already. The one with the map of the Philippines.
Okay, I'm still looking for it.
I think it's the
Doesn't show
5th
right
slide.
away. Okay, go ahead. Just talk.
So it takes
I
us
think it's
to
the internet is the problem.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, anyway, so it takes us to the Philippines, and let's take a look. There you go. I think it's the 5th or 6th slide, the one with the map of the Philippines.
In fact, this is from the from the email.
Yeah.
I just use it as a slide.
Okay.
Can you?
The one with the map.
Can you see it?
Move? Yeah.
Upward?
Move back.
This one.
There, the map.
Okay, I can see
With
it.
the one with the map. There. Okay, so the Philippines. This, as has been stated earlier by our previous speaker, the Philippines has been a ray of hope in the darkness of conflict-affected areas. The Philippines was the first country in not just Southeast Asia, but Asia, I think, to have an actual peace agreement signed. And that was during the time of former President Fidel Ramos. This was the agreement between the MNLF and the government. And for that, the Philippines, well, in this case, both FVR and Nurmiswari were actually awarded a peace award by the UN. Next, please. The Philippines has had so many conflicts with the MNLF, with the MILF, with the Communist Party, NPA, and the NDF. So many conflicts over the past 5 decades. But the government has been more and more serious about peace processes and the support it needs to have peace building, peace negotiations as the way out of conflict instead of a military option, because they realize that that's a no-win situation. Can we go to the slide with the photos of the women of Bel Abaya and Company? Previous, the one with Bell and Ging. Previous, please. There you go. I think a lot of the seriousness and the support that has been provided by our government to peace processes has been in large part due to the influence that women within the peace process, in this case, the Office of the Presidential Advisor on the peace process, this has been due to the women who have been there. Bel Abaya, if you remember Bel, I think she was the first female peace advisor that we had. And then you had King Deles, who served as peace advisor for two presidents, first under Gloria Macapagal Arroyo and then under President Noynoy Aquino. And during Ging's term, that was the first time that we had a woman head the peace panel with the MILF. So you had these three strong women. And what did they do when they were there? First thing they did was to make sure that civil society were involved. They had regular consultations with us from civil society, getting our inputs, asking our help so we could lobby, not just with government, but also with the other side, with the rebel groups, and with the community. What else did these women do that really paid dividends? Well, the second thing was their networking with influential groups, particularly media. So they made sure that media would be kept appraised of what was going on so that you have people who were not misinformed, or if they saw misinformation happening, could actually come out and do something about it. During their terms, the idea of peace journalism became stronger. So reporters were actually given training in peace journalism. So the women who were within the peace advisor's office had a lot to do to help strengthen the foundation for peace. And apart from these women, behind the scenes, the very first woman, and I'm sorry I don't have her picture here, the very first woman who had influence within OPAP was the first executive director. And this was during the time of FBR, and that was Alma Evangelista. And she was the institutional memory of OPAP for the longest time until she retired and joined UNDP. Next, please. Under the OPAP, and this was under King Deles, government finally started work on a national action plan for women, peace, and security. And this was highly successful. Again, the Philippines was the first in Southeast Asia to actually have a national action plan for WPS. And it focused on four pillars: promotion and mainstreaming of the gender perspective, empowerment and participation of women and girls in conflict transformation and post-conflict development, protection and prevention of human rights of women and girls particularly, and the importance of monitoring and evaluation. Because if you don't monitor and you don't evaluate, then either side could slack off and you're back to square one. So government supported this, and we hit this national action plan with government actually monitoring how the LGUs and the communities were doing. Unfortunately, I don't know what's happening with the National Action Plan at this point in time, in large part because we are now so focused on the pandemic. Next, please. And now I'd like you to take a look at some of my idols from the Muslim South. First and foremost, well, of course, is somebody that you know, a friend to many of you, especially our fearless judge. We're talking about my mom, Santa Nina Rasul, who became senator. Nina Rasul, her advocacy really was women's empowerment. But she saw very early on that it could only be through education. She found out that the highest illiteracy rate in the Philippines was in Muslim Mindanao. More than 1/3 of Muslim adults are illiterate. And if more than a third of our people, our adults, are illiterate, it doesn't make sense to think that 2/3 are college educated. No, I would say that maybe 70% of our adults have education levels of grade 5 or lower. So my mom, very early on, decided she'd do something about adult illiteracy and develop an adult literacy program which she called Magbasa Kita, or Let Us Read. And she, on her own, developed the manual, started teaching at the community. People started learning about it, and she got invitation from civil society organizations like Soroptimist and the Rotary from all over to teach the teachers how to use Magbasa Kita method. This method became so popular because she could teach an illiterate, zero literacy adult in 2 months, 10 hours a week, and they became functionally literate. And it became so popular and so effective that the Department of Education actually used it to train their teachers in how to teach literacy, not just to adults, but to children as well. And would you know it, she became so popular then when then President Aquino was looking for women and Muslims to include in her slate, her name stood out. And that's how my mom became a Senate. So what did I learn from my mom? Education is key. Literacy is key if we're going to empower women to promote peace and to preserve their community. Next, please. My other idol, who passed away a couple of months ago, is former Governor Tarhata Alonto Lucman. I call her Auntie Tata. Auntie Tata was fearless. She came from the royals of Lanao del Sur. And during the time of President Marcos, she thought that she should do something for her community and run for office. But she was going to be in competition with a crony of then President Marcos. It didn't matter to her, although there were many men who dissuaded her from it. She decided to do it anyway, to run for office, and she won. The lesson that we have to learn from former Governor Tarhata Alonto Lucman is that women can do anything they want to do if they put their minds to it, even at great odds. And the idea of building a support base within the community, Princess Tata, Governor Tata, was very successful in doing that, linking up with not just the nobility of the Maranao group, but also with religious leaders, with the military, with the police. And she was able to use her influence to settle disputes, what we call ridu, clan wars, because of vendettas. And she became known for this. In fact, so much so, she became, I think she was in the cover of Time magazine a long time ago, apart from the fact that she defeated a crony of then President Marcos. So that's Princess Tata Lucman, a woman that I think is a very good role model for young women in the Muslim South, or anywhere in the Philippines for that matter. Next, please. And then from the Maguindanao area, there is MNLF Commander Bainon Caron, who is now the chair of the Regional Commission of Bangsamoro Women. Bainon was, on her own right, an MNLF leader, a commander. But during the time of Miswari as governor of ARM, Bainon Caron started work putting together civil society within the MNLF women's community. And she successfully created a cooperative that exists to this day and has grown stronger. By noon, even became regional vice governor of the autonomous region during the time of, I think it was during the time of Hataman. And she still is in government. Bainon is a classic example of a woman rebel leader who realized that peace building, peace is the key, not war, and focused all of her attention on doing precisely that. So I present to you three role models from Muslim Mindanao, each with a very specific advocacy, which I think we need if we're going to establish peace in the South. I think I will end my presentation there, but you can get the PowerPoint at from Unap. And I just wanted to share with you the importance of the perspective that women bring and the key lessons that we can take away from what they have done all their lives. And my takeaway, the lessons, the other slide, please, the one with the lessons that you can learn from our experience from the time of Bella Baya, Guingdeles, all the way to the actions of the Muslim women in the South. First, education is key, whether it is formal or informal, because you need to build the capacity of women. Second, civil society is very important, and it must be supported by government. Third, we need to collaborate with media, with faith organizations, with academia, and with business. Fourth, we need to network. And here the UNAP comes in as a key element because we need to network not just locally or nationally, but internationally as well. And we need to sustain the lobbying for peace. We need to get women to become more active participants in the track to diplomacy. So I'll end here and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary Amina Rasul Bernardo, for that very in-depth discussion. You're not about peace building in Mindanao really make us understand more what needs to be done, especially in education sector, the civil society involvement, collaboration, and networking. Rest assured that UNAP as an institution will always support your initiative and will always support the peace building in Mindanao. At this time, we have a very good speaker waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning. One of the youth leaders that I've met years ago who can only invite President Ramos in those APEC gathering held in Ateneo. I would like to thank his father, a very good publisher and known publisher in the Philippines, former governor of the Red Cross, Juan Dayang, for sharing his son to us, to the whole world, to the Philippines, to establish world peace. May I now ask Ma'am Alice to formally introduce our next speaker. Ma'am Alice? Hello?
Yes, I'm here. Okay, our next speaker, do you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah. Our next speaker assumed his duties as charge the affairs and head of mission on March 28, 2021. A career foreign service officer, was most recently office in charge of the Intelligence and Security Unit of the Office of the Secretary at the Department of Foreign Affairs, where he served as the head in charge of overseeing the intelligence coordination and security management of the department from 2019 to 2021. He acted as deputy head of mission for the Philippine Embassy in Prague, Republic from February 2013 to July 2019, where he served as charge d'affaires for 2.5 years, as well as the head of the consular office as a minister and consul. Previously, he served in various positions such as vice consul and later consul and head from 2019 to 2021. He acted as deputy head of mission for the Philippine Embassy in Prague. Okay. So previously he served in various positions such as vice consul and later consul and head of the public diplomacy at the Philippine Embassy of Seoul, Korea. In Manila, he served in the office of ASEAN as division director for summits and ASEAN Coordinating Council, special assistant of the Undersecretary for Migrant Workers Affairs, and as acting director for Japan and Korea Division at the Office of Asian and the Pacific Affairs. Our speaker is none other than Dr. Juan Dayang Jr. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Alice, and greetings.
You can share your screen. Do you
Yes.
have a PowerPoint? I
Right,
stop
yes.
my screen.
This Sorry, I have to find where it is. Wait a minute. Can you give me a second? I'll try to another computer.
Maybe we can request the next speaker. We should give him time. Maybe we can request the next speaker.
Yeah.
Let's
Can you see the screen now?
Yeah.
The title is The Christian and Muslims. Okay, wait a minute.
No, it's not visible.
Please share. Please share.
There, is it visible?
It's not yet visible.
Share screen.
Kindly.
There?
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you see it?
It's almost there. Okay, it's there.
All right.
All right.
Well, thank you very much for the warm welcome. I'd like to say thank you to Alice and also to Rick, a good friend of mine. We've not seen each other personally for a long time. But
You're most welcome.
I'm very happy to see Secretary Amina Rasul. I admire her when I was a youth leader in the mid-90s, so you could, you know, the age. And I'm happy to see also Miss Nona Ricafort, Dr. Nona Ricafort, who I also know when I organized a party list youth party in the late 90s. I'm currently here in Tripoli. Sorry for the some delays. It's about 4:30 in the morning, and we're celebrating the end of Ramadan. So I'd like to greet our friends Eid Mubarak, and also today is the feast day of Our Lady of Fatima, who is called by Muslims as the chosen, one who's blessed, or chosen among women. So I'd like to share with you some of my experiences. Well, I've only been here in Tripoli for 6 weeks, and it's been a fascinating and challenging experience for me living in a Muslim country. In the past, I've lived in the Philippines, in Korea for about 8.5 years, where most of the people are Buddhist and also evangelical Christians. And then I also lived in Australia, which is a very secular country, very liberal, and also in the United States. I also I worked in the Czech Republic, and they're very proud to be one of the most atheistic countries. So, being a Catholic and have become a devout one, it was really something of an experience to navigate these varying cultures and beliefs. But I realized that the most important thing is to build friendship, and friendship is the glue to building. So today, as we celebrate the Eid al-Fitr, we're actually organizing here at the Philippine Embassy grounds a few hours at 7, uh, morning prayer where we'll invite about 100 Filipino Muslims to pray at 7 a.m. and with a sermon, and then we will offer some gifts to the children and also have a breakfast. Uh, this is an initiative that I did. In the past, we've already had this morning prayers at the embassy, but since we moved to a new embassy, for the past 2 years, they've not had the opportunity to come here for a morning prayer. Um, and I'm happy that most of the feedback has been that they're happy that welcome and the embassy is inclusive. As you know, being a representative of the state, I don't represent any particular religion, but our communities are and also very religious, and it's a part of diplomacy. My experience in diplomacy and consular affairs has been most Filipinos gather around churches, particularly Catholic churches. But this time around, although it's a Muslim country, there's also a Catholic church here, St. Francis Church. The majority of the people in Libya are Muslims. And we have about 10% of the 1,500 Filipinos here who are practicing Muslim. So I'd like to show you a picture of Saint Francis and the Sultan. This is a very important picture because it shows that Saint Francis and the Sultan had a dialogue and became friends. And this is a symbol of peace and dialogue between Christians and Muslims. Saint Francis actually put his life at risk and boldly approached the Sultan of Egypt. And I'd like to show you the video of a film which was inspired by this meeting. So, in the height of the Crusades, Muslims and Christians have been fighting one another in a war that has waged for 20 years. And there were a lot of deaths. I'd like to show you, if I could, a video. Can you see the YouTube running?
Yes, po.
Yes.
The height of the crusade. Muslims and Christians fighting one another in a war that has raged 120 years. death and misery marked. St. Francis of Assisi, Sultan of Egypt, Muhammad al-Kamil, nephew of the famous Salah ad-Din, defied their angry time and transformed nature itself through bloody battlefields and beat. Difference. How does anyone stop the violence in a seemingly new?
We are more than just our daily struggles. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. The Lord has made us for a greater purpose. To be instruments of His peace.
When El Camel comes to the throne, he's in a rather precarious position. These two did seeking peace. In the midst of war, they were open to being transformed by the person who was allegedly their enemy.
All right, so you can see that this can you see the PowerPoint presentation again?
None yet. It's only the launch meeting.
Okay. Yes. So
Okay, there it is.
all right. Going back to Saint Francis. You know, Pope Francis actually, when he became Pope, chose the name of Francis, and I realized why he did it. Because he wanted to have that Franciscan spirituality. He first made an encyclical about the faith, and then he had an encyclical about the environment, about our environment. As we know, Saint Francis is a lover of nature, and in that sense, not only did he talk about and supported the science of climate change, he also looked at human being as part of nature, and so he linked it with some of the human struggles, such as human trafficking, human smuggling. Um, and also the most recent one is Pathetic Tutu or We Are Brothers. Um, if you have visited the Holy Land, you would know that most of the Christian churches or the Catholic churches are taken care of by the Franciscans. The reason for this is because among the Catholic uh, orders, the Franciscans which have established relationship with the Muslims. And this started with the relationship between the Egyptian Sultan and Saint Francis. Um, and just to share you a story about that, when they met, actually, Saint Francis wanted to convert the Sultan, but the Sultan was also very strong Islam. He was quite impressed with Saint Francis because Saint Francis greeted him with peace be with you, which is similar to the Muslim Assalamu alaikum. And then Saint Francis said that when he asked by the Sultan, why are you here? And Saint Francis replied that he had been sent by God and that and not by men. And that to show his subjects a way towards salvation, to proclaim the truth of the gospel. So when the Sultan saw his enthusiasm and courage, he listened to him willingly and pressed him to stay with him. And before St. Francis left Egypt, he gave him a gift. St. Francis declined it because he was living in the vow of poverty. So let's go back to current situation, the peace between Muslims and Christians. As you know, this time it's very sad that in the Holy Land in Jerusalem, there have been attacks of our Christian, our Muslim brothers and sisters in Jerusalem. And there is some attacks raging now by Israelis in Palestine. I visited the Holy Land several times. The last time was 2 years ago in December for a pilgrimage. But before that, in 1997, I also lived in Jordan for 1.5 months. Had a visit to Israel and also Gaza Strip, and I see that there's been some difficulties for Palestinians living in that area because they don't have peace and they don't have freedom. Um, and so let's pray for our Palestinian brothers and sisters, and also for the Israelis that they would come together in dialogue, lasting peace. And Pope Francis visited Iraq recently, and he has promoted friendship and conciliation with Muslims. See in this picture, this is his visit to Iraq, and Muslims and Christians make one half of the world's population. To live in peace, we need to find a common ground, just like the Franciscans that seeks peace rooted in dialogue. So Francis, if you look at Saint Francis, what was his virtues? First, Saint Francis was open-minded. He felt kinship with the world as part of the human race, that we are children of God together, not separate. He discovered the Muslims praying. He sees the Muslims in a different light. He asked brothers, the Franciscan brothers, to live with Muslims. And the brother would say, I am Christian and I'm your brother and I want to live with you. Pope Francis' brave gesture in the face of security challenge in COVID pandemic in March 2021. When he visited Grand Ayatollah Ali al-Sistani in Najaf, Iraq, and visited also Ur, the birthplace of Abraham, revered by Muslim, Christians, and Jews. He's a messenger of peace and reconciliation. Peace does not demand winners and losers, he said, but brothers and sisters, and despite misunderstanding and hurt in the past, are journeying from conflict to unity. He prayed for peace in the Middle East, particularly for Syria, and condemned religious extremism using violence as aims. He even visited Mosul, Iraq, which was the stronghold of ISIS. So recently, if you've read the Fratelli Tutti, this is a Fratelli Tutti is Italian for "We Are All Brothers," and the subtitle is "Fraternity and Mutual Friendship." Pope Francis talked about the Great Commandment that Jesus said when he was asked what are the commandments. He said that you love God with all your heart, with all your mind, your soul. And the second commandment is to love your neighbor as yourself. And then the lawyer actually asked him, who is our neighbor? And Jesus said and told them about the parable of the Good Samaritan. And that Good Samaritan, there's a message helping a neighbor, even if you're not the same religion or race or nationality, you're one as a human family. So what is the message of this Fratelli? First is no to selfishness. The pandemic has worsened with the social gap in the economy. Homo sapiens has become Homo economicus, an individualistic dominating person. And we cannot stand and watch things like this happen. The second message is to spread hope through Christian authenticity, by giving attention to people in need, by fixing injustices and environmental destruction, and creating an economy that promotes individual development of people, not of there. And then lastly, to take action. Let only way is through solidarity. It's not just to help others, but a matter of justice. Solidarity is the way to live in a post-pandemic world toward the healing, our interpersonal inclusion. And there is no other way, or else things will get worse. Let me also introduce you to the saint named Saint Charles Fold, who died as a martyr December 1916. He's an early example of Christian-Muslim unity. He lived in France, Jerusalem, and Syria, and lived in Taurek and Sahara in Algeria. He dialogued with Muslims who learned unity and open arms and love of God regardless of religion. He was a Christian who lived in love. Now, I was asked by Rick to talk about Mary. Mary is Marian in Arabic, and Muslims and Christians coincide with Mary. She's chosen by God to give birth to his son. Mary, mother of Jesus, who embodies qualities so sublime, revered by Muslims and Christians. In Islam, a whole chapter in the Quran is named after her that speaks about the lessons we must learn from this virtuous woman. Qualities of chastity and fidelity. And Mary in Christianity is believed to be the greatest saint, the mother of God. So you could see in the picture on the left, uh, Islamic art with Mariam and Isa, and on the right is more Baroque painting of Mother Mary and baby Jesus. So, if you think about Mary in Islam, why is she important to us when we talk about peace? Well, we know that in fostering peace, we have to look for common grounds, and in Islam and Christianity, Mary is the common ground. Mary or Mariam is in the Quran. His name is the mother of Musa, and she's the only woman who's mentioned by name in the Quran. And that Allah, God, chose Mary above all women of all nations. In fact, in the Quran Surah number 3 in Al Quran ayah 42, I quote, "Behold, the angel said, Bracketus, angel Gabriel, O Mary, Allah hath chosen thee and purified thee, chosen thee above the women of all nations." Quran also spoke of Mary, whose birth was not touched by Satan. So in Christianity, we think of this as not being born without original sin, or what we call the Immaculate Conception. Isa or Jesus in Christianity is the Holy Son of Mary, who was conceived from the breath of God. In our belief, Mary's conception was through the power of the Holy Spirit. So in Islam, we could say that this is the breath of God, the Spirit of God. And I was looking at the symbolism of Muslims, and it's the crescent moon and the star. In Catholic tradition, there are also symbols of Mary, who in the book of Revelation becomes the apocalyptic woman who will crush the dragon or the evil one. If you see a picture, for example, of Our Lady of Guadalupe, she's standing on a crescent moon, and also in most European depiction of Our Lady, you would see a crown of stars. In fact, they would think that the European Union symbol, which is a circle of stars, is also a symbol of Our Lady. So Mary is a revered person both by Muslims and Catholic Christians as above women of all nations. We can turn to her as a unifying symbol. Another symbol of Muslim and Christianity could also be the the minarets, like this towers, which is high above um, and pointed, and also Christian bells. So these are also symbols of the two religions. And the book talked about those two symbols, the minarets and the church bells. So, as a professional diplomat, I believe constant dialogue can foster peace. I congratulate the UNA for organizing this webinar called the Marian Summit to provide an effective interfaith discussion from academic and practical points of view, namely to present, promote, and foster various effective means for achieving common ground, that with a common vision for unity and harmony. We can start by a dialogue about the virtues of Mary, for example. She being blessed to be divinely chosen by God, called by name, Virgin Mother, pure and perpetual, virgin, sinless, devout, spoken by angels, whose prayers were answered and granted. These virtues were not in the Bible, but they are in the Quran. I'd say that all of us who are gathered here today only want peace. And in the Bible, it says that blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. So in Christianity, we know that through baptism, we are we have divine filiation to God, that we become the child of God. But we also know as human beings, we are different. We are different in culture, race, nationhood, and this difference can actually divide us. But as a human being, we can see that we are also, at least for both Muslims and Christians, we were created in the image and likeness of God through our first parent, Adam. So in this Marian Summit, I pray that Our Lady be our guide and inspiration. So again, thank you very much for this opportunity to share my thoughts and experience on how to look at Mary as a symbol for us to discuss between two great religions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jed Daya. As you said, friendship is to be, and Muslim and Christians are fighting a lot at the crusade time. And despite of human race, we can still achieve peace, especially noting that Christian, the Franciscan, and the Muslims live together. As we face this Middle East crisis now, peace is really the key, and understanding and friendship. You always make us proud, Dr. Jed. I'm sure your family, your sister, your mother, and the Governor Juan Daeng is very proud of you. Continue to make us proud. We're praying and looking forward you'll be our ambassador, extraordinary plenipotentiary at the United Nations very soon. And also we are praying about your good works in Tripoli, Libya. Thank you so much, Dr. Dayan, for that very good education moment for all of us. At this time, may I call on Ma'am Alice to introduce our next speaker.
Oh, our next speaker, I actually did not get her short profile, but she is the current commissioner of the Social Security System, and I think she's also the president of the Muslim Women Organization. So may I introduce to you Commissioner Bay Norhata M. Alonto. Ma'am? Commissioner?
Yeah. Can you see me now?
Not yet. Are you going to share your slides?
I have no slides. I don't intend to make a lecture. I'll just speak to you. I will be conversing with all of you from the heart.
So I will just post your file.
Yeah,
Okay, go
I
ahead.
can see myself. I can view myself. I can see myself in the camera now.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. You failed to get my short bio note.
Yeah, it's
but
not.
It's okay. It's okay. Never mind. I practically know everyone who are participating today. Particularly, I think Jenny cannot remember me. We used to collaborate in the past. I was very active with Dr. Nona Ricafort and Dr. AMELOU Benitez Reyes and Judge Aurora Resina, and also Sister Amina
Rasul
Bernardo. Yes.
Anyway, you need no introduction because you're the
Hindi
very
naman.
famous. You're a very, very famous woman.
Ay, nako, I wish I deserve that. I wish I deserve that. But I am so glad to hear the speech of Jed Dayang. And yeah, thank you for your very inclusive message. So because I prepared my message, I am slightly under the weather, and today is our Eid al-Fitr, and I'm not supposed to be doing anything else but pray and thank Allah for we have completed another month of Ramadan. But allow me to read my message because I was tasked to write a message to all the SSS Muslim members and employees. So I share this also with you out of respect and in commemoration of the Eid al-Fitr national holiday today. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most beneficent. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Alice?
Yes.
Very clear. Very clear.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Thank God for we have completed 30 days of fasting in this holy month of Ramadan, Hijrah 1442. Because in the lifetime of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, peace be upon him, he only experienced two Ramadan na 30 days. It's usually 29 days because we follow the lunar calendar. I want to greet my Muslim brothers and sisters Eid Mubarak, coupled with my prayers that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the Lord of the universe, of the earth, and all that are within, to accept our sacrifices, forgive our frailties and weaknesses, grant us and our family good health, success, and best of faith in this life, and to save from the torment of hellfire. In this spirit of Eid al-Fitr, let us enjoy all peace-loving men and women in the world, regardless of color, regardless of creed, and regardless of race, to help us pray that the Lord Almighty spare all humankind from the menace of COVID-19 and to bestow immediate justice and lasting peace to the beleaguered Muslim, Christian, Jewish people of Palestine and deliver them freedom from the cruel hands of their oppressors. So allow me to read my speech as I do not want to do it extemporaneously for fear that I might go beyond my time limit. May the peace and blessings of Allah be upon us all today as we globally celebrate one of the two very important Islamic holidays, the Eid al-Fitr, or the feast for the end of fasting in the month of Ramadan. To all the Muslims joining us today, as I said, Eid Mubarak. May Allah accept our sacrifices, grant our prayers for good health, better life, and best of faith. Allow me also to express my gratitude to the United Nations Association of the Philippines, Unap, through Roderick and Alice, for inviting me, for giving me this opportunity to share my insights on Muslim-Christian understanding, a topic that is very close to my heart as a Muslim woman. the timing could not be any better. For it is very relevant now, for we all know that the Muslim, Christian, and Jewish people of Palestine are beleaguered under the oppressive hands of militants. On the 27th night of this month of Ramadan, as Muslims were praying at one of the holiest mosques for Muslims, the Masjid al-Aqsa, armed men stormed the religious place and started to randomly fire their arms, causing the loss of lives of several and 100 injured. Muslim and all other religion understanding is the path to foster friendship, to maintain peace and harmony among diverse religious and cultural beliefs. Born and raised in Mindanao with Tausug and Maranao lineage, I have many narratives and realities of misunderstanding in the past, which caused tremendous impact on the lives of many Mindanaoans. Since then, the desire to build peace among our communities continued to transform from a mere aspiration to a mission in life. How I wish I could share insights and inputs that are more collective of the perception of Muslim communities in Mindanao. However, given the vast diversity among the many Muslim tribes in the island region, I will be delighted and inspired to impart my understanding of Muslim Christian multiculturalism from my collective experience of being an educator, a CSO founder, a government worker, a mother, a grandmother, and actually a great grandmother, and wife to a revolutionary leader, the late Secretary Dato Abul Khair Alonto, for 49 years. When I was still an academician, I was at the Mindanao State University. I taught my students topics about family relations, peace, and cultural sensitivities to aim at attaining peace and healing within the confines of theories and academic limitations. While the university adheres to academic freedom, the reach and impact of our peace advocacies were limited to colleagues and students. It was passionate but quietly caged. It was vibrant but lacked diverse participation. I have realized that discussions and conversations about peace, understanding, and harmony will never be successful if done only through a spectrum of theory and limited avenues. It is difficult to progress when we talk about peace and harmony without touching culture and traditions, religious diversity, economic opportunities, and historical injustices. These are deeply rooted issues associated with Mindanao's narratives. We have to nurture a pool of young generation of peace advocates who will advance cultural understanding and inter-ethnic community dialogues, equipped with more realistic and natural approaches to peace advocacy, looking at the importance of multi-level participation. I was one of the founders of the Philippine Muslim Women Council in 2004. We aim to highlight the voice of the Muslim women in this country and strengthen their participation in nation building and development efforts, particularly in Mindanao. At the core of our organization are values of solid community engagements and women empowerment through livelihood projects and social-cultural connectivity with not only the Philippine government, but other women organizations and donor agencies as well. One of the most memorable projects we had was the post-Marawi siege community intervention initiative for women in the villages of the city, where the victims were not the Muslims. From that experience, I realized that peace dialogues and conversations are aimed at forging a movement to create change and heal wounds of misunderstanding that women and children have gone through. And most of the time, part of this healing is acknowledging that we need help and assistance outside of our communities to pull back the pieces together. When discussing intercultural understanding, we must also provide mechanisms to address the women's sector's socio-economic dilemma. Women are the hardest hit in crisis, given their delicate needs for response, recovery, and resiliency. As a Muslim woman and a mother, I need to uphold the principles of universal understanding, humanity, empathy, justice, and compassion growing beautifully in our homes. Over time, I realized that religion and interpersonal relations showed very thin differences, and that there is also the growing interest to learn about Arabic and Islamic studies alongside theology and history. Perhaps largely we owe it to the influence enhanced by globalization. I hope to see demonstrations of widening horizons, of understanding and strengthening harmony in the spirit of acceptance, blossoming in our communities and our homes, where children can learn and participate in building the society. Our perception of peace begins with our own family, the way we raise our children, alongside concepts of peace, unity, leadership, and other attributes that are basic to developing their ability to become peacemakers in the greater society in the future. Given multiculturalism, disruptions by advanced technology, and the presence of the current global health crisis, we can only ensure a culture of peace strengthened at the very heart of our family, extending it to our workplaces and personal relationships in the community. The heart of peace is the peace of the heart. I often say that. When we achieve good health, we feel pleasure. When we seek the peace of mind, we manifest compassion. And when we seek the stability of the heart, we demonstrate empathy. People who hold and nurture their peace are eager to share peace. While we are challenged to advocate the peace and interfaith dialogue initiatives due to health restrictions, we have to seek ways to share our peace actively. Amidst the pandemic, we do not hesitate to express our care and love, which presence felt in the blurring boundaries of identity and culture. We employ online platforms like this one and take advantage of the greater spaces for mutual understanding, tolerance, patience, peace, pivoting the role of women in caring and nurturing a home amid the overwhelming impact the pandemic has brought to humanity. The pandemic tried to bring the world to its knees, yet our faith transcended beyond the rough edges of differences. Instead, we constructed bridges of understanding and promised never to give up on hope, no matter how distressful life has become. It is not religion and culture that enters into such conversations. It is us, the people of faith. Thus, the faithful will always rise above the situation of distrust at all times. Amen. Instead, we take the resolve to bind together and seek the infinite wisdom of the great Maker, whom we deeply are familiar in our hearts, to bring us into the shore of deliverance and a quiet end to the misunderstanding in culture, religion, politics, community, even the frictions that usually happen in family life, work, and communities. Virtual gatherings, dialogues, and conferences like what we are having now serve as an inspiration to all of us to dispel ignorance, because ignorance is the real enemy. It is not our religion. It is not our culture. This pandemic merely temporarily halted our lives. Nonetheless, we are just being redirected to approach things differently, but with the same commitment, passion, and calling towards the search for peace. We were all created by God in different shapes, colors, religion, but we all must live together. We must all focus on our commonalities and not on our differences, we must coexist in unity and solidarity. In commemoration of this day, Eid al-Fitr, the end of the holy month of Ramadan, I would like to share a short Islamic adage from the Holy Quran. And I quote, "The best people are those that bring the most benefit to the rest of mankind through peace." I close with a prayer that our beloved, our dear Dr. AMELOU Benitez Reyes, my mentor, my friend, my colleague in women advocacy, who embraced her eternal new world 40 days ago, to rest in peace. To everyone, thank you, God bless, and stay
Amen.
safe.
Amen to that.
Thank you very much, Ma'am, for that very good message to all of us, especially knowing that you've been a friend of Dr. AMELOU when you were studying at university. Today is really
Yes, Roderick, I was a very restricted student at the PWU intern school, but AMELOU was given the authority by my parents to be one of my guardians.
That's a very powerful what we call this trust that was given to a Christian person like Dr. AMELOU. Take care of you. You know,
indeed.
And that is really the heart of our advocacy here, that Muslim and Christians, daughter and mother or sister relationship can be achieved. And thank you, ma'am, for instilling to us that peace and can be taught, and the heart of peace is the of the heart. Thank you for gracing this morning's discussion. Thank you so much, ma'am. In regards to all our Muslim brothers and sisters.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Proceed with the next speaker.
Okay. So our next speaker was referred to us by Dr. Marge Ballesteros of DepEd ICO. He is from Pototan, Iloilo, and his elementary background, graduated from Rizal Elementary School at Pototan, Iloilo. His high school background, Colegio de la Inmaculada Concepcion, Pototan, Iloilo as well. AB Philosophy at the Rogationist Seminary College, Cebu. He is a cum laude thesis. A professional teacher, pastor in 2018, a bachelor in sacred theology at Don Bosco School of Theology, Parañaque, cum laude as well. His ordination to priesthood was last November 23, 2019 by Bishop Rex Andrew Clement Alarcon, Diocese of Daet, Camarines Norte. He is a master's in informative counseling, LaSalle, Manila. His present assignment was an assistant postulant, director, and treasurer of Rogationist of the Heart of Jesus, Merville Park, Parañaque. He is none other than Reverend Father Al John Provido. Good morning, Father.
Good morning po, everyone.
Are you sharing a slide?
Not yet po, ma'am. I'm about to share it na po. For a moment po. Somebody is sharing the screen. So, wait.
I will stop the screen sharing.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, okay. I did it. So once again, good morning po. While I'm preparing my presentation, actually I'm so humbled enough because a companion of mine asked me to do the dish sharing, and actually kinakabahan po ako. It's because na the name is United Nations Association of the Philippines. No, and then I said, who am I after all to share this? I'm just a newly ordained priest. 1 year and a month, 5 months, I think. So I will share to you, about our Mama Mary, especially whose feast day today is the Our Lady of Fatima. So bear with me It's not because of my companion told me, but it's because nagkaroon pa ako ng utang na loob kay Mama Mary because tinulungan niya ako sa aking bokasyon. And while the speakers are having their sharing, especially that of Miss Jeannie, I feel na I was humbled, because it makes me proud to say that I am a Filipino. And the secretary shared a while ago that that the interdialogue, the religious dialogue, is very important, And then Dr. Juan, I was humbled enough because he shared something about theology, and it's very sound. Thank you, full sir. And Ma'am Alonto, he widened my perspective about Muslim, It's really about peace. Thank you very much. And I said, my God, I have a high-end companions here who will be listening to me, So thank you very much. Just treat me as one of your sons or even a boss now while sharing this one. Okay, so the title of my talk is about, or my sharing is about the message of Fatima, a gift and a task for our times. So let's have this historical context of this apparition of Our Lady of Fatima. It started in Portugal at around 1917. And that time, it was in the midst of World War I, or the Great War. That happens in Europe. And more than that, there are anti-religious sentiments were spreading in Portugal where Our Lady appeared. There are a lot of anti-clericalism. The value of the priests, of the religious are going to nowhere. The religion is heading to nothing. But because of that apparition, it gives a very good touching point in the lives of, especially that of the poor of that country of Portugal. And there's a growing presence of the Freemasonry in that country. Moreover, before the apparition of the Our Lady of Fatima, there is what we call the apparition of the angel. By the way, when we ask of apparition, it is to draw. What is the purpose of that apparition? It is to draw attention for a special message given to the needs of particular time and place. That is the purpose of apparition. Mama Mary wants to say something, especially for that time, for that specific place. And usually, it is often accompanied by the alleged supernatural phenomenon. Okay, so the apparition of the angel of peace. And that apparition happens to the three children. And who are those? Lucia, Jacinta, and Francisco. This Lucia is their cousin, and Jacinta and Francisco are siblings. You know what they're doing? They are shepherds. They were shepherding their family sheep. And as they climbed a hill to say their prayer and have lunch, they saw a bright white light some distance away, revealing the figure of transparent and shining youth. The children draw closer and could make out the features of the apparition who told them. The angel told them, "Do not be afraid. I am the angel of peace. Pray with me." And what is the prayer that the angel wants to tell them? My God, I believe, I adore, I hope, and I love you. I ask pardon for those who do not believe, adore, hope, and love you. That is the prayer of the angel. Let us remember this prayer because later on, the angel would keep on repeating this one before he appeared or before he vanishes. After repeating this 3 times, he stood and said, "Pray like this." Why? Because the heart of Jesus and Mary are attentive to the voice of your supplications. Then he disappeared. And so the children were so perplexed. No? They remained in a spirit of recollection, feeling the presence of God so tangibly. And even after the angel disappeared, and then they told no one about the apparition. You see that? Even until now, I assure you that our prayers are not left unanswered. Time will come that every supplications or prayers that we have, God will answer it in a time, in His personal time, in the providential time. That is why it is very important for us to pray always. Never cease praying for any intentions that we have. Because God has a heart which is very open to hear our humble supplications. Okay. And then there's a second apparition. Actually, there are 3 apparitions of the angel before Our Lady appeared. And this happened in the midsummer of 1916. They were tending the sheep, and the angel said to them, "What are you doing? Pray, pray very much. The heart of Jesus and Mary have the signs of mercy for you. Offer constant prayers and sacrifices to Almighty God." You see, that angel is exhorting the 3 children. We have to pray. Whatever what we're doing, we're busy with other things. Remember, let us have time to pray. Because, Jesus and Mary are listening to us because they are full of mercy. Actually, my dear friends, God doesn't need us. We need God. We need Him in order for us to be more, I would say, godly, to become more godly in all our ways. Yes, it is important also to pray, but of course, prayer is not enough. It should be coupled with our good actions, especially in achieving peace. And who are the first recipient of this peace? It is in our family. It is in our family. So the children didn't know what it means to make sacrifices. So they asked, ano mo ba ibig sabihin ng sacrifice? And he responded, okay? You can offer sacrifices as an act of reparation for sinners by whom he is much offended. And you can beg for the conversion of sinners. And this will bring your country peace. I am your guardian, angel, the angel of Portugal. Above all, accept with submission the sufferings the Lord send you. Here I would like to highlight the word peace. What is that peace all about? Is it just an absence of war? Let us go back to our scriptures. Peace I leave you, especially in the Christian perspective. Peace, Jesus said, by the way, peace I leave you, my peace I give you. Not as the world gives to you, do I give to you. Do not let hearts be troubled, nor let it be fearful. The Hebrew for peace is shalom, shalom, and translated in the Septuagint often by the Greek word eirene. Okay, and the total notion of this peace actually is total completeness, or notion of totality or completeness, success, fulfillment, wholeness, harmony, security, and well-being. Actually, the peace that Christ is offering to us is not just, it could not be explained in our word as peace lang in English terms. It is like a combination of different words, in such a way that there is wholeness and harmony, a totality or completeness and success. That is the notion of peace. It's like saying that the Lord will say to us, bahala na. Ako na ang bahala. The Lord will tell us, Jesus Christ would assure us na ako nang bahala. Just do your part. I am there. So as long as we are in cooperation with God, in achieving this peace. These words help the children understand who God is and how much He loves mankind and desire to be loved, the value of sacrifice. It is very important that we have to value this sacrifice, no? And by the way, we might be asking why these three children, actually they are, I would say, not that highly educated, but because their heart is highly educated, because they are humble enough to accept the word of God. Okay, the let us continue. In the third operation, which happens September or around October of 1916. Then the angel held a chalice holding a host above it, just like in the picture. And he prostrated himself on the ground and said this prayer 3 times. Blessed Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, I adore you profoundly, and I offer the precious body and blood, soul, and divinity of our Lord Jesus Christ, present in all the tabernacles of the world, and reparation for the offenses, sacrilegious, and indifferences by which he is so offended, and by the infinite merits of your Sacred Heart and the Immaculate Heart of Mary, I ask for the conversion of poor sinners. And you see, he said it 3 times. Diba in the Holy Mass, we should usually say 3 times as like it's like a perfection, eh? The 3 times. You have to repeat it just like holy, holy, holy. Because you are praising the Lord who is the most holy, the holiest of holiest. No? So that's why they said it 3 times. Praising the Lord in the Blessed Sacrament, no? Just like in adoration, we expose the Blessed Sacrament and we pray, we kneel in adoration facing the Blessed Sacrament because we know very well that the presence of God in the Blessed Sacrament, just like the angel is holding, is real. That is our faith, no? That's the teaching of our faith. Apparition. And then the angel gave Lucia the host to consume, and Jacinta and Francisco, the precious blood from the chalice to drink. And he said, eat the body and drink the blood of Jesus Christ, horribly offended by ungrateful men. Make reparation for their crimes and console your God. What are their crimes? Let us remember that during the time, there are a lot of atrocities, there are a lot of the war is happening, many deaths. As far as I know, there are 21 million deaths because of that World War I. That is why it is called Great War in Europe. Okay, so furthermore, let us go to the apparition of Our Lady. The children were playing at that time at Cova de Iria, and they saw a lightning, and they want to go home actually, no? Because there's lightning, it's about to rain, so they have to go home. But on their way home, they saw another flash of light, and a lady dressed in white, more brilliant than the sun, scattering clear and intense light, more than the strongest ray of sunlight through a glass of water. You see, there's a light radiating in front of them. And the lady asked the children to come to that place on the 30th day of the month for 6 consecutive months, starting from the month of May up to October. And she promised to reveal her identity and her desires at a later time. Then Lucia, one of the children, the 11-year-old, she said, will I go to heaven? And then the lady said, yes, you will go. And Jacinta, yes, she will go too. And Francisco, the lady said, he will go, but he has to pray many rosaries. In the first apparition, Lucia asked about a couple of friends who had passed away before Our Lady told the children. Do you want to offer yourselves to God and accept all the sufferings that He desired to send you in reparation for the sins by which He is offended, to implore for the conversion of sinners? And they said, yes, we want to. You have to suffer much, but God's grace will strengthen you. And you see this, all our sacrifices, all our challenges that comes along the way as a form of our sacrifice will not be left unfruitful. And sometimes you would reflect, why is it that I could still carry this on? Because the grace of God is always with us. This truth to the children is still and very true in our lives, especially in this time of pandemic. No? Let us trust the grace of God. Upon saying, the Virgin opened her arms for the first time, and the light coming from her hands penetrating deep into the children's chest and our heart, allowing them to see themselves in God more clearly than seeing ourselves in the mirror. You know, as I doing this slideshow rather, I reflected, we sometimes there's a prevailing questions among us, especially us millennials, no? They would ask, we want to know our very identity. I want to show up myself who really I am. This opening arms of Mary would tell us, that we could really identify ourselves who really we are if we opened our hearts, our hands, our being to God. Then God will show Himself will show to us who really we are. Because after all, God is our Alpha and the Omega. He is our maker. That is why if we want to know our identity well, continue to pray to God and worship Him. And let us continue. A few moments later, Our Lady added, He said, pray the rosary every day to acquire world peace and the end of war. Pray the rosary. Pray the rosary. The second apparition. After praying the rosary with people present, 50 people are present during that time, during the second apparition. Lucia asked Our Lady's desire and she said, I desire for you to come here on the 30th of next month to pray the rosary every day and to learn how to read. Later, I will let you know what else I desire. And Lucia asked, healing of the sick person. The Lady said, if she converts, she will be healed during that year. I said, what is that sickness? No? What is that sickness all about? I think during that time, there's a influenza virus, or I think the Spanish flu. There's a virus also during that time. And there's a condition, if she converts, okay, it is important for us as we pray, we have to convert ourselves at our heart, that our prayer will be an avenue for us to get closer to God. No? We become what we pray. Okay. Furthermore, the second apparition, Mary said, do not be discouraged. I will never leave you. My Immaculate Heart will be your refuge and path to lead you to God. You see that? Do not be discouraged. Sometimes in our difficulties, we are discouraged. In our struggles, we are discouraged. But our Mother Mary, Miriam, and other names that we could give to our Mother Mary, she would assure to us that she will never leave us. She is always our side. She is like our mother, who no matter what, no matter mistakes we will be doing, no matter what sins we had, she will never leave us. Sometimes you might leave her. She might just call her in times of struggles or difficulties, but Mama Mary will never leave us no matter what. I think I have to make fast my, I don't know, it's quite long.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you po. Sige ho. I
Thank
desire
you.
for you to come here. Okay? Pray the rosary. That is the exhortation of our Mother Mary. Okay. And actually, in the apparitions, Mother Mary showed to them hell, the reality of hell, the truth of hell. And they said, we saw something like an ocean of fire. In submerged in this fire were demons in souls like transparent flames, black or bronze in color of human form. You know, in other words, there's the truth, there's a reality of hell. Totoo pala na may impyerno. Okay? I will skip some.
Yes, we have a part 2 now.
Yeah, we'll skip some. But I think I told you already, I shared already to you the importance of prayer, especially that of the Holy Rosary. And
Yes.
as we pray, never forget that we will continue to that we trust God.
Okay. Well, anyway, we already heard the apparition for the May 13.
Yeah, okay. So I think since it's already
The summary.
Yeah.
Yes, let's proceed to the summary, please.
Okay. As an end, no, I will just share to you siguro po yung the 3 secrets. No. The first is wait for a moment po. I will skip this one because okay. The first is the 3 secrets of Fatima is the first. First was the vision of hell, and the second is if Mama Mary told the shepherds that if man did not stop offending God, World War II would begin. And the third is, it's like another vision wherein the pastor saw a bishop dressed in white. And then I think you have heard the news before that Pope John Paul was, I think, assassinated. Okay, I think that's the end of the 3 secrets. And lastly, let us take up the challenge na lang, no? Let us take up the challenge. The challenge for us is Mother Mary wants us to have this conversion of heart. And we have to repent for all our sins. And let us remind ourselves the importance of prayer in our lives. So thank you very much, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. And let us continue to ask Mama Mary to pray for us, to intercede for us. Yeah,
Yes.
Thank you po.
Thank you very much, Father.
Thank you.
It's a great pleasure for us to have you here also. Thank you. Okay, for our part 2, kindly stop the sharing. For the part 2, we shall proceed now to the Memorandum of Understanding signing by the Bicol University and the United Nations Association of the Philippines. May we have our Unap president and the president of Bicol University, Dr. Arnolfo Mascareñas.
May we call on Dr. Ramona Reyeses to read the highlights of the Memorandum of Understanding.
Right, Rick. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Ramona Ines Bustamante Reyeses, retired professor of the Bicol University, UNAP auditor, and UNAP liaison officer with Bicol University. I'm honored to read a Memorandum of Understanding. Know all men by these presents. This agreement made and entered into this October 13, 2020 in Legazpi City by and between Bicol University, a state university created by virtue of RA 5521, and the United Nations Association of the Philippines, a national civic non-sectarian and non-partisan organization and a member of the World Federation of the United Nations Association, established in 1947, Witnesses, whereas BU is mandated to give professional and technical trainings and provide specialized and advanced instruction in literature, philosophy, the sciences, and arts, besides providing for the promotion of the technological researches. Whereas the research, development, and extension agenda of Bicol University encompass food and nutrition, security, poverty alleviation, environmental conservation, climate change adaptation, and social development promotions, which are also in the sphere of advocacy and agenda of the United Nations and the Unap. Whereas Bicol University seeks to establish linkages and partnerships with reputable institutions, agencies, and organizations locally and internationally for more expansive, effective, holistic, and sustainable extension and undertakings. Whereas UNAP's mission is to help realize the ideals of the United Nations, whereas the purpose of UNAP's existence is to help actualize the ideals of the United Nations and to promote better understanding and appreciation of its activities in the maintenance of peace and security. Whereas the parties hereto have mutual concerns and pledge their cooperation and support for the implementation and operationalization of the BU Lunsad project, a BU UNAP partnership for social advancement initiatives. Whereas the virtual activities included, whereas the pursuant to the celebration of the United Nations 75th and the United Nations Association of the Philippines 73rd, Bicol University and UNAP jointly planned and organized a week-long celebration consisting of series of activities through digital forum. Whereas the virtual activities, virtual conference on rural women, virtual forum on the World Food Day, and the virtual forum on the United Nations Decade of Family Farming to eradicate poverty. Whereas the institutional members were able to participate through digital webinars, and each day tackled a variety of well-organized topics that gave credit to both UNAP and BU. Whereas the above cited activities were very well applauded by the webinar participants and quite significant in its overall outcome result. Thus, both parties decided to forge partnership between UNAP and Bicol University, furthering this series of activities with follow-up projects to be implemented along conceptual framework of project understanding. Whereas this common project undertaking will serve as a model, an illustration on how both public and private institutions can pursue common goals. Now, therefore, for and in consideration of the above premises and their mutual covenants hereinafter set forth, the parties hereto have agreed as follows: scope and time frame of partnership. The partnership between UNAP and BU will cover a period of 4 years, 2020 to 2024. It was forced for the cause of jointly implementing the BU Lunsad project, uplifting the socio-economic well-being of the communities in the Bicol region by carrying out the above cited responsive SNT-based innovative result-oriented and sustainable socio-economic programs, enhancing awareness and resilience of communities and social sectors, establishing and maintaining a strong linkage and collaboration with local and international organizations to make the socio-economic development initiatives of the BU Lunsad project more sustainable. The main goal of the BU-UNAP partnership is the promotion of social advancement in the country. Objectives have already been enumerated. Expected outputs and outcomes of the partnership. Implemented research, development, and extension projects. Number 2, enhanced awareness and resilience of communities and social sectors. Number 3, enhanced livelihood entrepreneurial capabilities of the project beneficiaries. Number 4, improved economic status and resilience of the project beneficiaries. Number 5, established network of collaborators. Number 6, developed and implemented capability building projects in the areas of food security, poverty alleviation, and rural-urban women for selected marginalized communities in the Bicol region. And number 7, implemented the 3 priority projects of the partnership, namely rural women, educating for climate change, risk preparedness, and food security for alleviation of poverty. Responsibilities of Bicol University: register as institutional member of UNAP, encourage individual membership from among the faculty and staff of BU, and plan out activities together with UNAP. Responsibility of UNAP together with BU: conceptualize and prepare the plan of activities. Link BU to international and national organizations for collaboration in RD&E and other social advancement initiatives. Invite resource persons from the international or national organizations. It will be the responsibility of both parties to undertake the following to ensure successful project implementation: resource generation, resource mobilization, and resource utilization. Effectivity: this memorandum of understanding shall take effect immediately upon signing, in witness whereof the parties here to affix their respective signatures this May 13, 2021. Signed, United Nations Association of the Philippines, by Edita V. Pilio, President. Bicol University, by Arnulfo Emas Cariñas, President. Signed in the presence of the following witnesses: Bert Hasmin Tuga, PhD, Executive Director, UNAP. Ramona Ines Bustamante Rañeses, PhD, Auditor and UNAP Liaison Officer with Bicol University. Aurora P. Navarrete Resina, President Emeritus, UNAP. For Bicol University, the witnesses: Luis O. Amano, PhD, Vice President for Research, Development and Extension. Lester M. Narvaez, PhD, Director, Extension Management Division, Bicol University. Rowena Zoilo, Officer in Charge, Director, Extension Management Division, Bicol University. That ends the reading of the Memorandum of Understanding. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Rañeses.
You're welcome.
Okay, so how do we start with the signing? Rick?
Dr. Rañeses, we will be sending all this document with the original signature of all the parties involved.
Yes.
At this time, may we ask Dr. Mascareñas for a short acceptance message about this memorandum.
Thank you very much, Rick. To the president of UNAP, Dr. Edith Pilio, to my mentor, Dr. Monet Rañeses, to other officers of UNAP. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
After almost 6 months of waiting, now we have come to this point of signing this memorandum of understanding with UNAP. And I welcome this development because I feel and I believe that through this strategic partnership with UNAP, we would be able to forward the goals and objectives of the university with the help of UNAP. And I also feel that through this MOU, we would also be able to complement with the aspirations of UNAP of achieving peace and development. So on behalf of Bicol University, I hereby accept this commitment and agrees that we're going to implement the plans and programs for us to be able to achieve the goals and objectives as embodied in this Memorandum of Understanding. Thank you very much for the trust you have given our beloved Bicol University.
Thank you very much, President Mascareñas, for welcoming UNAP to your university. And we really do hope for this partnership, we will be able to help your university, your leadership, and especially your community-based students. May we call on Dr. Edita Pilio for her acceptance message. Dr. Pilio.
Yes, good morning. On behalf of Dr. Amelia BENITEZ REYES, the UNAP past president, and other UNAP officers, I would like to thank Dr. Arnolfo M. Mascareñas, my fellow HUC president, sir, for accepting this partnership with UNAP, United Nations Association of the Philippines. So I'm sure that the objectives of this partnership, Bicol University and UNAP partnership, will be realized through the support and cooperation of the two institutions. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Edith B. Pilio, President of UNAP and President of the Eloy Among Rodriguez Institute of Science and Technology. Thank you, Madam. May we ask a short message from Judge Aurora Resina, who has been listening to us in all of this discussion. Judge Resina, ma'am, is she around or is she?
She's around. Unmute, please, Judge. Unmute. Unmute. Wait. Mute ko na lang kaya siya.
You take care of it na lang, Alice.
Oh, I will. Judge, please.
Judge, can you hear me? Can you hear us now?
Please unmute. Please unmute.
Unmute ko na.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, we can see you,
Okay.
Judge.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Judge. Yes.
Well, I think today's activity has been something that we will remember for years to come. All our speakers, hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Audible, very audible.
All our speakers were wonderful. The speech of Jenny, the presentation of AMELOU, the presentation of Amina, the presentation of Nurhata, the presentation of the doctor, the priest, the presentation of Dr. Diane. All this will form part of the history which will go on record as something that we will always remember. Actually, we are all talking about peace. Peace, peace, and peace. But remember that the peace that we are talking about worldwide must start with us. Peace must start with us. If the world needs peace, which we all are all asking for at this time, that peace must start with us. But I congratulate everybody who has joined us today, because this to me is a historical event, very significant, because it has been done on the feast of Our Lady of Fatima, and also in the feast of our in El Fitr. Can you imagine the Muslim celebration of El Fitr coinciding with our feast of our Mother of Fatima, of Our Lady of Fatima? Can't you see the point of reference where there is really a need for peace? And actually we are doing that right now. But as I said, everything must start. Everything must start with peace in our hearts. There can be no world peace if we do not start the peace that should start with us. Let there be no peace on earth, but that peace must start with us. So again, Congratulations to all of you for having attended this very, very significant activity. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Wow, thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge, especially reinforcing that it is Eid and the peace of Fatima. What a coincidence. It is God's sent message. So we will now have a tribute to Dr. AMELOU.
Yes,
Ma'am Alice.
for our part 3 is celebrating the life of our past president, Dr. Amelia Lourdes Benitez Reyes. So for our first sharer, may we call the commissioner, the chairman of the Philippine Council for Women, on Women, Dr. Sandy Sanchez Montano.
Hi, good afternoon po sa inyong lahat. I'm broadcasting live from our farm. So you can see the background, may mga patilaok ng manok. And today we're also celebrating my mamang's birthday, 81st birthday, at saka yung pamangkin ko, 36th birthday niya. Oo. Well, what can I say with the celebration that we're having right now? We're so grateful with Unap and the newly installed president for celebrating the Eucharist, the 500 years and the 40 days now of Dr. AMELOU. Sabi ko nga, if there's one person who really is been coordinating with me every now and then, calling me, texting me about her plans that I should continue as a chairperson now in Philippine Commission on Women, it is Dr. AMELOU. Madami po siyang mga binanggit na kailangang ituloy, kailangang mangyari, lalo na yung nurturing, mothering, and of course, his plan for unification between the private, the government, the CSO, and NGO. And rest assured, Dr. AMELOU, that we are already on that pathway of collaborating, making it work, na lahat ng mga plans natin towards gender equality and women empowerment will be implemented. Hopefully during our term and the rest of the years that we are in the position. So again, on behalf of the Philippine Commission on Women, we would like to thank our former chairperson of the PCW for her leadership during her time and for her passion to make change work for women. Magandang hapon po at maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Thank you, Attorney, Judge Regina, Rick, and everybody, Dr. Marge, and of course, Ma'am Alice. Okay, thank you so much. And of course, Dr. Ramona, okay, from Bicol University. Thank you so much po at maraming salamat po. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat.
Okay. Now
Thank
for
you.
okay, go ahead.
Chairperson Sandy Montano, and thank you for loving all religions and transcending to all and extending your love to all of us, understanding the Muslim, born again, and Catholic, etc. Continue your good work.
Yes.
And now, can you introduce our next speaker, Ma'am Alice?
Okay, our next sharer is a very close friend of Dr. AMELOU, and she is the past district chairman of the Inaugural Clubs of the Philippines, and also the past president, I think, of the NCWP, and more. She is none other than Dr. Nona Ricafort. Dr. Nona?
My kumari.
Yes, your kumari.
Yes. Okay. I don't have any PowerPoint, so I'm not presenting any PowerPoint.
Okay, go ahead.
A loving tribute to our beloved Dr. AMELOU Reyes Benitez. Let me share briefly my experiences on the selfless leadership and dedication of our dear AMELOU Benitez Reyes in the different organizations. I believe we recall and witness we have planted our feet on a pathway in the women's movement. Together with great pride and joy, we embark in a journey of unwavering commitment, teamwork, and service, challenged in giving the best in us towards building the women's future on higher grounds in the different women organizations. as our involvement got deeper. Along the way, I clearly recall we realized the importance to put our energies in bringing the women together from all walks of life to show our strength in numbers and solidarity with one another, and most of all, our determination to forge ahead in spite the overwhelming obstacles, cultural barriers, and structural deficiency. And this is the reason why when we had the tribute on the 9th day of our dear AMELOU, there were many cause-oriented groups that gave their tribute to her on the struggle of women's empowerment. These were the hallmarks left behind by our dear AMELOU. AMELOU challenged us to address the important issues of not merely influencing the world in our struggles for women empowerment, but that of creating our own niche, particularly as partners of men. At this point, AMELOU's persuasion and determination as a visionary leader in the different women's organization was acknowledged. She encouraged us to always see things in a larger picture, taking in consideration the cause and effect with a well-defined goals. One with a 2020 vision that sees the big picture of everything. The organization, its network, its people, and the whole environment pursued with passion and determination. And if we wanted to change the situation as what should be the better one, AMELOU emphasized we must also first consider the need of change in ourselves. There were many times when we could not grasp what AMELOU was passionately advocating that led to a long discussion with no vision of end results. These were instances when I witnessed her humble spirit having positive attitude of accepting the meeting outcomes. But nonetheless, her patience and persistence were most outstanding because she usually came back with the same issue to the same meeting to ensure that it is approved. Nonetheless, if it is not approved, she takes it lightly with a grain of salt and with a smile. That was AMELOU to us. One can get carried away with the many accomplishments of AMELOU. But to sum up, we can all say she was a dedicated volunteer worker, a born leader with a remarkable big heart, best described as what Carmelite sister Teresa Benedicto of the Cross wrote in her book. A self-sacrificing women can accomplish astounding achievements, which AMELOU did. I am honored for the opportunity to have worked with her, which was an enriching experience and motivation in accomplishing our shared vision and mission, both national and international. As we once again bid goodbye to our dearest AMELOU on her 40th day as she joins our Creator, we are consoled of the thought that she led a pious, God-centered life that will earn her a special place in heaven. She lived a full life and left us with the beautiful memories for us to live by. Dr. AMELOU, we love you and we will miss you surely. Thank you for that privilege to deliver my tribute for her.
Thank you so much, coming from a very powerful leader, Dr. Nona worked side by side with Dr. AMELOU Benitez Reyes in a lot of women advocacy and progress to our country. Ma'am Alice, for the next speaker, please.
Meron pa ba? 12 o'clock na.
Our next sharer will be Dr. Ramona Ines Ranieses, who has worked with Dr. AMELOU for a long time. Dr. Ranieses? Dr. Ranieses, can you hear us? Yes.
Dr. Nieses, may we hear from you?
Good, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Rick. This is my eulogy for Dr. AMELOU Benitez Reyes. The famous French poet Eugene Ionesco left a shining legacy to the world with his poem, quote unquote, "Woman, you shine the brightest in the firmament with your burning splendor and radiance that catapulted you to the highest and topmost echelon of the universe. You, woman, is to behold for your magical charm, your unparalleled beauty, and your intellectual capacity." Eugene Ionesco's words aptly describes the best in the person of Mommy ABR, as we call her. Yes, he must be referring to Dr. AMELOU Benitez Reyes, the paragon of beauty, brains, and intelligence. I want to remember Mommy ABR, not for what she said, not for what she did. I want to remember her for the feeling she evoked in me as she touched my life. Mommy ABR was the one person who evoked a certain feeling in me that elicited unforgettable memories. In 2000, as the representative of the academe in the Federation of the Local Councils of Women, I'm truly grateful to Mommy ABR because she walked an extra mile to help me join the Board of Trustees by giving up her position as academe representative in favor of my holding the post. In the National Council of Women way back in the early 90s, Mommy ABR gave me very important tasks which called me to work with much commitment and dedication that enabled to surface the best in me. In the NCWP for the years 2017 to 2019, she showed me much of her plan for the empowerment of the women of the country and of the world. As the president of the United Nations Association of the Philippines, she coached me in preparing the plans for the rural women of the country, which was halfway when she passed away. She gave the Unap all her best in crafting her big plans for Unap, preparing the plan for action of the years to come, and define the various strategies to make Unap shine in the community of NGOs. Mommy ABR was the very essence of compassion, of humility, of affection. She was the symbol of selflessness. She was a very humble person, very accommodating as a mentor, a mother, and a friend. Today is our best time to publicly express our thanks and love to our most beloved Mommy ABR for the way she brightened our lives. We shall never forget you, Mommy ABR. The extraordinary feelings of adulation you evoked in me shall stay in my heart forever. Till the next life, my dearly beloved Mommy ABR.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ranieses. That was a very wonderful message in behalf of the UNAP. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, now for our next, for the response to this celebration of Dr. AMELOU's life, may we call the member of the Board of Trustees of the Philippine Women's University, the son of our beloved Dr. AMELOU, no other than Freddy Benitez Reyes. Mr. Freddy Reyes, please. Hello.
Yes, hi.
Yeah,
Good morning.
it's almost noon.
On
Thank you.
behalf of the family, I would like to thank the United Nations Association of the Philippines, UNAP, for this wonderful tribute and for the words that everybody gave. My sister, Marlene Lilias, is here and joins us, and she is based in Vancouver.
Mhm.
I think it is funny sometimes when we only get to know someone better after the fact. Friends and relatives were pleasantly surprised and commented during the 9-day novenas of all the accomplishments and great tributes that my mom's colleagues provided from all the organizations that she had the opportunity to work with all these years. In recent years, when her time with the other NGOs was up, she was visibly upset about not having those positions that she had enjoyed leading the past few years. So I think many of you do recall how she continued to provide ideas on how the organizations she was a part of was could be run and the ideas she had for these institutions. But then when she was not feeling too good about it, it was my turn now then to tell her the same words that she had offered to me previously was that when one door closes, another will open. And sure enough, and so it did, when she excitedly told me about her nomination to become the president of UNAP. So UNAP for her was at its very core an important organization for social change because through UNAP, the country can set a common goal by working through our differences. Our diversity and multiplicity to our own individual uniqueness is what unites all of us. It was in these and the programs that UNAP is committed to that my mom saw the potential that the organization can provide for positive social change. So Tita Alice and President Dr. Edith Pillo, thank you for this event. PCW Chair Sandy Montano, Tita Nona, as always, and Dr. Reneses, thank you for your words. Commissioner Bayan and Tita Mina, thank you for remembering her and welcoming her into the organizations you were a part of. Again, thank you very much on behalf of the family.
Thank you so much, Sir Freddy. And the teachings of Dr. AMELOU will always be on the heart, and it will be form part of a strong foundation of the United Nations Association of the Philippines. Thank you so much for sharing your mom with us, and we enjoy her. And we will always pray for her eternal rest and peace. Thank you. Ma'am Alice?
Yes.
Closing na.
Anybody from the audience questions or anything, or
we can probably have an open forum for our guest speakers before we proceed to the
closing
issuance of the certificate of appreciation.
Yeah. We'll be giving a certificate of appreciation to all our speakers. Ma'am Alice.
Just a while. I need to.
As our gesture of thanks and appreciation, we will be giving certificate of appreciation to Dr. Jeannie Kagawa, Secretary Amina Rasul Bernardo, Dr. Jed Dayag, Commissioner Norhata Alonto, and to Father. Thank you so much.
Yes.
And letters of thanks to Chairperson Sandy Montano. Letter of thanks to Dr. Nona Ricofort and to Madam Ines Rañeses and to Sir Freddy. And also, we would like to give acknowledgement and thanks to the Bicol University, Dr. Mascareñas, and for the never-ending support of our President, Dr. Edith B. Pilio. We will forward you the printed certificate of appreciation.
Yes.
At this time, Ali, may we call on our very energetic Professor Vice President, Dr. Lilia Casanova, for her closing remarks.
Yeah, our Vice President for External Affairs, Professor Lilia G. Casanova. Take it away.
Hello. Happy Eid al-Fitr. Assalamu alaikum.
Warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
A good, refreshing morning to our participants and guests, to our dear President of Unap, Dr. Edith Pilio, our VP for Internal Affairs, and Florence of Nightingale of Unap, Ricky Cruz, on this Marian Summer Summit for World Peace. It feels exhilarating and make us proud at UNAP to have as guests very important and honorable persons like Miss Jenny Kagawa of the United Nations, Secretary Amina Rasul Bernardo, Commissioner Nurhata Alonto, Reverend Father John Provido, and Dr. Juan Jed Dayang. When Miss Jenny Kagawa was mentioning about UN as already incorporating religious elements of society, I was reminded of my work, my engagement with the United Nations for more than 20 years, from 1982 to 1994, 2004 rather, when I retired from the UN. There was nothing about religion at all in any of our UN activities. Nothing at all. Because UN is the most highly politicized organization in the world. Anyway, that's really a very good progress on the part of the United Nations, and it now recognizes a very important element of goodwill in society, religion. I also acknowledge the presence of Dr. Arnulfo Mascareñas, president of Bicol University, which has become officially today a partner of UNAP for promoting sustainable development through the academe. You, all of our guests, you have all made UNAP very proud, happy, and honorable for supporting our ideals and goals, which include, above all else, the desire for world peace and cooperation. It is wished that the soul-searching and inspiring messages that our guests have delivered and shared will be heard in the high heavens so that lasting peace will come down to us, to our world, without judging us whether we are Christians, Muslims, Jews, or other faith believers. On behalf of UNAP and the board members of UNAP, may I thank our guests for making time to honor this event, and many thanks to those who participated by joining us in our celebration. Thank you one and all. You have made us and all of peace lovers, peace well-wishers in the world happy today. I would like to add that as regards the partnership with Bicol University, I certainly am very confident that we will have a bright and vibrant joint implementation of the MOU. As regards our good friend and already missed president of UNAP, who is already there, up there in the heavens, AMELOU Benitez Reyes, I still feel like she's around us. You know, when she died on Sunday, Easter Sunday, 3 o'clock in the morning, at 11:30 Saturday, she had sent me an email telling me that I should call her back. Because when she tried to call me and she sent an email, I was already asleep. So I was not able to receive her call and her email. Then when I woke up early in the morning, I usually wake up about 5 o'clock, and I open my cell phone to see what time it is. Then I saw her, I saw a note from a friend saying that AMELOU is gone. I said, come on, it cannot be true that AMELOU is gone. She just sent me an email last night. And then it's all too sudden. She's really gone. And it's so unbelievable. It's so parang, that has not happened. I miss her. I miss our small verbal tussle during our meetings. You know, AMELOU and I have been in a two kind of relationship. I was her consultant at the PW University from 2008 until she finished her term as president. And we became friends. For some other, for unknown reason, we became very close. Maybe because, she would always call on me and ask me to do things. Lilia, you write on this. This is a good thing. Can I know you can write. So can you write this, just one page? And I will do it. I will do it for her. So in fact, when she became president of UNAP and I was vice president, she was always asking me to do, write this, Lilia. Let's prepare this. And I was doing many things already for her. Finally, I said, and she even wanted me to write something for the president. I said, come on, AMELOU. There are just so many things that you want to do. You cannot do them all at the same time. And so I started kind of fading away from her for some time. But I miss her. She is such, as many of her friends say, she's a very generous person, very generous of her time. She doesn't really mind, being makulit when she wants to get her idea that she believes highly, she believes most firmly. Makulit yan until she will finally give up. All right. So I will never forget her. She will always be a part of my life. With that, I'd like to thank one and all, you, all the participants, all the guests. You have made us at UNAP very happy today. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Bye.
thank you so much, VP Lilia. Let me read first the citation before we leave. The United Nations Association of the Philippines Incorporated, UNAP, a member of World Federation of United Nations, Geneva, Switzerland, presents this certificate of appreciation to our guest speakers, the 5 of them, for imparting her valuable insights and inspirations during the virtual Marian Summit for World Peace on his topic entitled The 5 Topics, given this 13th day of May 2021, signed by the conveners, Roderick Cruz, and yours truly, Alice A. Lucas. Thank you. Roderick.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our powerful speaker. Thank you very much, Vice President Lilia Casanova. Special thanks to the Philippine Normal University, Dr. Bert Tuga, Iris Yuloyo Among Rodriguez Institute of Science and Technology, students, and also the Bicol University. And then we are being live streaming through the Facebook. Thank you so much to everybody. Thank you, Ma'am Alice. Happy Eid and happy peace of Our Lady of Fatima. In closing, we can have the Ave Maria song as a closing. Maraming salamat po to the speakers. Mabuhay kayong lahat.
Rolling.
What happened? No, read. What happened?
Iikot lang yung sound ng Ave Maria.
Okay.
Yan. Kasi yung internet, mahina.
All right. So we wait.
So maybe you can just talk to one another while waiting for the sound.
Alice?
Yes?
Yeah, may I greet Freddie Reyes?
Sure. Go ahead. So,
he was one of our mentors sa ICT, yung ICT batch namin. Yeah, no, I just want to say hello.
Freddie, can you hear her?
Freddie, yeah.
Yes, of course. I remember that very well. And then,
yeah.
it was the first time we had it online.
I think I told you. I think I told you that your mom was my teacher, my
Yes.
advisor, my guardian.
I remember. And so I mentioned to her that you were part of the class, and she was very excited to hear and
And
to
I met your dad. I met your dad at the Asian Institute of Management.
AIM, yeah. UL, yes.
Nice to see you again.
Likewise, thank you. Thank you for those words, Mama.
Yeah.
For those who may be interested, there's a final tribute tonight, 8 p.m.
Yeah, we are invited tonight at 8 p.m. for the 40th day of Dr. AMELOU.
Thank you so much, everyone, and see you again in our future United Nations Association of the Philippines gathering.
Okay,
Thank you.
we'll just send the certificate of appreciation.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, everyone. I really appreciate and feel very honored to see you all again after so many years. Thank you.
Yeah, same here, Jenny.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jenny, you haven't changed.
Really? Oh, no.
Yes.
You haven't either.
No, I was not using my hijab this way. That's why
I
you cannot
see.
remember me. Yeah.
I see.
I think kaya hindi ako makashare, naka-on pa yata si yung Dragon First.
And
Dragon First.
Ricky, thank you so much for all of your hard work.
Ian. Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
That's great.
For all
Okay,
your service
thank
and
you,
the
thank you.
May we call on Dr. Ramona Ranieses for the closing song? Dr. Ramona.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Alice, how is the Ave Maria? Wala na ba?
May we ask you to sing, Dr. Ranieses, for the closing?
Okay. Ave Maria, gratia plena, Dominus tecum, benedicta tu in mulieribus et benedictus fructum ventri tui, Iesus. Sancta Maria Mater Dei, Sancta Maria Mater Dei, ora pro nobis peccatoribus, Sancta Maria Mater Dei, Sancta Maria Mater Dei, nun et in ore nostremo te amen. Nunet inore nostremor, te amen. Amen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reyeses, for that very wonderful Ave Maria song. Thank you very much, everybody, and God bless everyone, and see you later for the 40th day commemoration of Dr. AMELOU. Ma'am Alice, thank you so much. Ma'am Alice, bye.
Bye, everyone. See you tonight. Thank you.
Bye. What a nice voice.
Thank you.
Bye po. God bless everyone.
Bye.